in there first as the Roadster wasn't too far behind.
Jessica Bennett over there in the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. She's going to outrun Spidey Sam Chapman over there in the right lane in the door car. .006 the wrong way to a 15. Jessica lets go just a little too soon. Down at the top end, she's going to run a 472 at 145 miles an hour. Spidey Sam's going to run 581 at 117. And that's going to bring up Dave Markle. Dave's in the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. He's going to outrun Mr. Jim Martin. Jim over there in the Insinger right lane. Jim's in the door car. Dave's in the rail. Cody. And Mr. Run Order himself, Ken O'Malley's in the box. How about a 001 for Dave? Dave's going to get down track 451 at 155 miles an hour, and Jim's going to get down track 653 at 104. Next on track's going to be Money Mark Talmadge. Mark in the right lane in the 79 Malibu out of Williamson, New York. He's going to go up with Ken O'Malley. That's right, Killer Ken in the Turd Hurdler. How about a 15 to a 30 as Ken cuts Mark's time in half up front. Mark's going to get down to the top end first. We're going to run a 593 at 114 miles an hour. Drop one off that speed for Mr. Ken O'Malley over there in the left lane. Ken's going to run a 598, 5 above. Jason Subjinski over there out of Buffalo in the right lane. Tom Coonley. Tom's going to be over there in the Land Pro left lane. He's going up with Mr. Josh Williams. Josh is out of East Aurora. Go Max. $31 to an 11 too soon. Josh, just a little bit too soon to let go of that button. Top end, Josh runs a 687, 118. Tom's going to get to the stripe first, though. 612 at 111 miles an hour. Billy Balzer. Bill's in the left lane. He's going up with Matt Constable. Matt's over there in the right lane. Billy's out of West Seneca, New York, driving the 85 Camaro. That's not the 85 Camaro. 85 Camaro's behind it. 005 up front for Billy. 11 up front for Matt. Matt's going to get to the stripe first, 531. He'll be 40 thou under Billy, who runs a 570 at 119 miles an hour. And speaking of the Balzer family, how about Little Billy? That's right, Little Willie Balzer. He's in the Camaro over there in the Land Pro left lane. Him and Scott Barron are going to be going down track together.
William Balzer and Scotty Barron. Little Willie hanging out at the tree. Pat Bud giving him the command. You got to get down on track. As Scotty Barron, he clicks off 650 at 104 miles an hour. Dennis O'Brien, the man on top of the mountain. Trip, zip, the reaction time to beat. Tom Brewer and Gary O'Connell. Gary, the supercharged Corvette staged and ready to go. Lights him up 49 to a 36. The vet was away first and had to get out of it quicker. 681 down at the top end, but the Camaro was able to go A to B 553 at 125 miles an hour. Zell Gaiman and Sean Beatty. Trip zip by Dennis O'Brien, living up to his name and delivering the best reaction time we've seen in Super Pro competition. Both of these drivers going to try and lay claim to that spot. 005 is 5 thou closer to perfect, but 5 thou away from Dennis O'Brien. 544 at 125 miles an hour. As Zell Gaiman gets down through the traps first. Craig Giordano, 18th foul away from a perfect light. Chatter, 562 or 462 at 152 miles an hour. Left before third yellow. The Lamb Pro left lane. Dennis O'Brien with a trip zip white, your number one qualifier in Super Pro competition. Your dragster final in the staging lanes, getting ready to make their last lap here at Empire Dragway. The future of drag racing. Winner take all. Someone's going to win. Someone's not going to do so well. But either way, we're going to figure that out in just a little bit. Here we go, Junior Dragster final round of competition. The first final, actually it's the second final round. Second final round of the day. Junior Buyback doesn't count. They won second place. Junior Dragsters, the mini long and skinnies, the final round. 796 to an 816. Riley Gregory, the Enzinger right lane. Maddie Verhagen, the Lamb Pro left lane. Maddie's going to try and chase down Riley. Riley is going to bump in last and get away first. How far can she get? Green lights are away, And the reaction time advantage is Riley Gregory, 81 to a 99. Thou separate them, and down at the top end, 24 thou is the margin of victory. The electric machine gets a job done again. The first winner of the 2025 Junior Drag Racing season, Riley Gregory. Congratulations to the entire Gregory organization as they put another one in victory lane. The future of drag racing. If you want to get your children involved, or if you want to get yourself involved, you can always go to WDRA.com and read the rules. Figure out how you can get a car into competition. It's very easy to do, but it's very difficult to win. A lot of years figuring out the mistakes you got to make to understand what you're doing, let alone how it all works. But here we are every weekend doing it and doing it better and better. And speaking of better, if you guys want to come and see some of the greatest shows we have on the property, we do have Promon showing up, Top Fuel Dragster, Jet Cars, Top Alcohol Funny Cars, Top Fuel Funny Cars, and fireworks all on the property as the season goes on. Week in and week out, we try and bring you the greatest show in 660 feet, or as the Can-Am stock SuperStocks go, 1,320 feet later. Mod gas rolling out of the water box and up to the tree. Brandon Burgess, Mike DeMario. DeMario dialed in at a 6:05. Burgess dialed in at a 6:49. 22 to a 46. DeMario is in trouble. As they get down to the top end, the man with the advantage got the lamp. He goes one above with a 1 on the 22 reaction time. Takes 12 thou at the stripe and comes back for the next round of eliminations. Brandon Imalley and Frank Klaskoff. Frank over in Grandpa's Dream. He's in the Insinger right lane. Brandon Imalley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air in the Land Pro left lane. 667 to a 649. Imalley is going to try and get away and stay away as Klaskoff tries to chase him down. (31 to a 14). Klaskoff is better by half on the tree. And down at the top end, it's going to be Klaskoff. 2 above with the lamp as he comes back to race Brandon Burgess in the final round. Street final time trial rolling out of the water box and up to the tree right now. Brad Perkins. 007 too soon on the let go. If you're sitting on the other side of the concrete wall and you're wondering how you can be part of our racing competition here every week, well, it's quite simple. You go ahead and put your street car into competition. You buy a tech card on your way in. You read the WDRA rules and probably watch a couple YouTube videos. It's pretty easy to figure out, but again, it's incredibly hard to duplicate, and you can come out here week in and week out and understand the heartache and aggravation that these drivers go through trying to be the baddest on the bulbs here at Empire Dragway. 2025, we've crowned champions every year before, but this year, that name is still blank on the trophy, and we are going to fight for it all summer long. Tyler Spilak, how about a 19? In the green, that's the best reaction time we've seen so far out of the street competition category. Gets down to the trap, 773 at 91 miles an hour. Jim Zag, the Chevy pick-em-up truck in the Insinger right lane, and Kenneth Bacon, 57 to a 61, fourth thou separated them at this end of the race, but down at that end, it's going to be the Camaro, 788 at 85 miles an hour. Tim Markle and Fast Eddie. 98 was Eddie, Markle was 88. 10 thou gave him the advantage, and down at the top end, a 906 going to Tim Markle. Tim picking up a big win last night at the Big L, that's right, Lancaster Speedway. Racing every Friday night, and he rolls out here on a Saturday to try and keep the drive alive. Maybe roll out to Empire tomorrow, or Skyview tomorrow, and try to do the three-peat weekend, the sweep. Don Vandersall, the Chevy 2 in the Land Pro left lane. 40 to a 494. Vandersall has the advantage, but it's not going to be enough to be the wait and see buy going into round number 1. $56 to a 41. Gary French got away first, but still not going to be good enough to do the wait and see buy in street. 772 though, the quick time between the two at 889. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mod Gas, come on down to the staging lanes. Mod Gas, come on down to the staging lanes for your final round of competition. time trial round number 2. Rolling out of the water box, Kevin Fuller, Frank Fontana. Frank Fontana, the wait and see buy recipient after the first round. The second round of time trials in mod gas. Kevin Foley, the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane, the LS-powered Camaro, new technology, old-looking body. (26-38), Kevin Fuller is away first. Frank Fontana not far behind, but it's going to be all Kevin Fuller at the top end. 26th away from a perfect light is the reaction time to beat in the second time trial here at Empire Dragway. The wait and see buy on the line. Who is going to be the closest to that elusive triple zip zero light? Pat Toomey and Joel Rivera, 38-50. Neither of them better than the 26 light that Kevin Fuller put down, as he's sitting pretty on the wait and see buy. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Can-Am, we need the Craftworks Russo Cabinet Can-Am class to come on down to the staging lanes. The Craftworks Russo Can-Am class down to the staging lanes, 9, 10, 11, and 12 on the hot car side. The message, Brandon Burgess, come on down to the staging lanes for your final round of competition. Trip Zip with an 8, Joe Buscella is sitting pretty on a wait and see buy. It's going to be hard to beat that one. Joe Buscella, the high-flying Firebird. Trip Zip with an 8, 10 thou. Tom Reed and Jim Parnick, 75-23. It's Tom Reed. He got away first and gets down there for 683 at 98 miles an hour. Chris Adams and Ed Kelly. Ed Kelly's 22 thou too soon. As Chris Adams go 128 to the green. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need the Craftworks Russo Cabinet Can-Am class to the staging lanes. If you are in the Craftworks Russo Cabinet Can-Am class, please come on down to the staging lanes. 9, 10, 11, and 12 on the hot car side. Joe Bushella trip zip with an 8-10 thou away from perfect as he is sitting on a wait and see bye. The rest of the class is just trying to touch that small window he left him as he basically ran away with a absolutely close to perfect light as you can get. Amy Reed and Lynn Salisbury. Lynn, the Danger Ranger in the Enzinger right lane. Amy Reed, the Diamond in the Rough Plymouth in the Land Pro left lane. 007 to a 60 up front. Trip zip with an 8 is the light to beat. And Amy Reed was closer but not close enough. Claire Ricketson. And Nikki Stevens, 623 down at the top end of the pick-em-up truck. 704 for Reed Ricketson. Pro competition, time trial number 2, the round that counts, rolling down the track as we speak. The live feed's still rolling. 106.3 FM, the track radio station. Are you within the frequency limits? You'll be able to pick us up. If not, you'll be able to see us on YouTube. Cody and Paul Francia making the live stream work. A big addition to this year's Empire Dragway Racing program. Joe Bushella Trip zip with an 8, the wait and see by the number 1 qualifier in pro competition. Jeff Hetrick gonna try and take that spot. Got himself a Wally 2 weeks ago. 83 on the let go. Spylock was 89 in the tint shop Mustang next to him. Neither driver gonna be on the wait and see by. But Hetrick gets down there first, 7:24 at 94 miles an hour.
Attention in the pit. Super Pro, come on down to staging lanes 4, 5, or sorry. Come on down to staging lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. Super Pro, come on down to staging lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9. Super Pro, we're looking for you down in the staging lanes. Come on down to 6, 7, 8, and 9. Super Pro. Killer Ken over there in the turn hurdler. He's going to be 32 up front and turning on a wind light. His driver unknown goes red. Down at the top end, Killer Ken still going to get there first. 596 at 113 miles an hour. Driver unknown, 62 soon up front. 609 out the back. Money Mark Talmadge over there in the left lane.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Gracie Heinrich. Gracie Heinrich. If you want to come to the tower, we would appreciate it. Gracie Heinrich. Gracie Heinrich. Come on down to the tower.
I've not gotten this set of keys today.
The final round of Mod Gas competition. Rolling up to the tree. Brandon Burgess, the Land Pro left lane. The Mopar dialed in at a 649 almost. Heads up to the Mopar just across from him, Mr. Frank Klaskoff. A 646 to a 649, 300 separate them, but it's gonna be Frank Klaskoff putting on the win lamp because Brandon Burgess goes 001 red in the final. And it's gonna have to deal with taking the runner-up spot. Down at the top end, 651 at 105 miles an hour. Frank Klaskoff, he goes dead on with a 2 after 41 on the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please accompany me in doing something that is very fond to us here at Empire Dragway. We have two things we need to do before every main event, and that is to honor two great nations. The nation to the north and the nation we are standing in. So if you would stand and remove your hat as we play the Canadian and American national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Empire Dragway. It is June 7th. We have already gone through a whole day of racing, and it hasn't even gotten started. That's right. We have the WDRA points race #1 coming at you. Can-Am Stock, SuperStock, Super Pro, Street, and Pro, all still to duke it out and run it down the track here at Empire Dragway. A little cloudy outside. We got ourselves a little bit of a breeze, but on top of that, it is one of the perfect days to go drag racing. How do I narrow that down? Well, it's pretty much any day that ends in Y, and that's why we are here. Can-Am Superstock in the staging lanes. The Craftworks Russo Cabinets Can-Am class going to go 1,320 feet and try and put that steel machine on the predicted dial-in time. Who is going to make it through round #1 and who is going to make it all the way down to the final round? It's going to be one, but it can't be all. But we are going to sort them all out here at Empire Dragway. And the first two to go the whole length here at Empire Dragway. Doug Box over in the Enzinger right lane. He's from north of the border. And that absolutely gorgeous Chevy Camaro going up against a man in a similar machine. Mitch dialed in at a 1090. Going to be trying to run away from Doug Box, dialed in at a 1025. Almost heads up. And after quarter mile of racing, we are going to be able to tell who's taking it home. 31 to a 39, 8 now separate them. And down at the top end, the man that was behind puts the lamp on for the win. The double breakout going to Doug Box, who was 39 up front, runs a 22 on a 25, stick a 3 on the back of it, and he says, thank you very much. And the next two drivers to go down the track, 10:29 to an 11:63. The yellow car seems to have some sort of mechanical difficulty. Maybe launching in neutral, not sure what it is. We got the crew out there making sure everything's A-OK. The Enzinger right lane puts on the lamp, though. Going to be invited to round #2 of competition. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street and Pro, Street and Pro, we need you to 2, 3, 4, and 5. Street, come on down to 2 and 3. Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Street, 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 come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro, Pro, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. Sean Beatty trying to run away from the man in the Enzinger right lane. We got a quarter mile to go, and down at the top end, Sean Beatty going to end up breaking out, giving it back to the man on the right side. The double breakout win going to Dean out of Ontario. 999 was a guess. 986 is what it lapped. Jeff Ruttman and Trevor Edmond 1040 to a 992. Land Pro left lane getting away first. He's 110, but it doesn't matter because Trevor Edmond throws on the red ball. 16th thou away from perfect as Trevor Edmond throws away the gimme.
They built a little ladder over there.
Mr. Weber going to take the bye run. 10:39 was the guess. 41 was the reaction time, and it sounds like something happened between here and there as he goes drastically off that 10:39 dial. Two more taking the tree. Tony Valerio, 1181 to guess on the glass. Going to be trying to run away from the Land Pro left lane. And it doesn't matter. 15th out two. Soon was a man in the left lane. Valerio gets the go-ahead into round number 2. 1181 the guess, 1181 the run. He runs 1 thou off his predicted dial-in time after being 39 thou away from a perfect reaction time. Justin Kraft and Patrick Bonifario. Bonifario, the right lane. Kraft, the Land Pro, left lane. 1275 to a 1251. Kraft rolls through the beam. Bonifario picks up the win. He was 43 up front. And down at the top end, he's going to end up 1249 on a 51 dial. Lance Pinto and Al Allison. 10 with a 7 to a 994. Pinto, the Land Pro left lane. Allison, the Ensinger right lane. $35 to a 29. 6 thou separate them up front. As they start to boogie on down past half track, one's ahead of the other, but not by much. And down at the top end, the breakout win is going to Al Allison. He was ahead by 6 and ends up taking just a little bit more than that. Gregory Gagnon, the Ensinger right lane, the Chevy Camaro, 1089 against the 1011 dial of the Barracuda in the Land Pro left lane. 44th thou too soon was Gagnon as the Barracuda was 23 up front and ends up coming back after getting the data. 1,320 feet later, that 10-11 looks a lot like a 1270 with a 3. Gagnon getting out of it early. Baker and Andrews, 10 fouls separate them up front and not a lot separated them on the dial. Baker had the advantage by 10 and down at the top end it's going to go to Andrews. Behind and then gets there. Something happens mechanically. To Baker's car causing him to pull off early. Sam Capizzi and Chuck Nagy. Nagy was 30 to Capizzi's 11. And down at the top end, Chuck Nagy puts on the lamp. He pulls one above after being 30 up front. He was 19 thou behind on the let go, but makes it up all the way down track. Robert Becker. The Lampro left lane. The fun-loving criminal. Peter Maduri, the Diana Braid. S10 in the Enzinger right lane. 947 to a 988. .007 to a 21. 13 fouls separate them as they get down to the top end. And it's going to be the Kraft Racing Machine. Goes dead on. They're one above after being 007. Stephen McGrath, Mike Humphreys, 10 flat with a 9 to an 11.27. The Lampro left lane is going to be running away first. 29 up front as he has the advantage. 11 thou in his pocket as he travels down track. What can he do with it? Oh, he's going to end up giving it back to Mike Humphreys, who is 11 thou behind and puts the lamp on, being 52 thou ahead at the end of the run. Baker Sierra Sr. 1091 to a 1073. One's 108, one's 46, and the one that's better is Baker. Down at the top end, how about Baker? 2 above, stick a 1 on the back of it. 57 total for Baker. As John Cena was 108, that makes him mathematically ineligible to win that round of competition. Bill Kraft, 1025, the predicted dial-in time against the Malibu. Trying to run a 1066. 009 as he runs away and trying to stay away. Mr. Kraft goes red, trying to catch him early. Malibu, 64 with a 9 on the 66 dial, 11th out under. The predicted dial-in time is still a recipe for success when the guy next to you gets away before he should go. And Hawkins, 990 the guts, 77 on the let go. And down track. Up at a 973. Here we go, Super Pro round number 1, 2025 Empire Dragway WDRA racing action, rolling out of the water box and down the track. History unfolding in front of your very eyes. Somebody is going to be fighting for a championship. Somebody is going to be nowhere near. And it's all going to start here and end a couple months later. How is it going to shake out for the Super Pro category. Kevin Samard, the Lamb Pro left lane, 680, the guess on the glass. Matt Constable, 5:35, the predicted dial-in time in the Inzinger right lane. Samard is going to get away first. Constable is going to have to sit patiently before he gets to chase him down. Is it going to be too much? Or is he going to be able to snag him up before 660 feet run out? To a 34, 20 thou is the difference. Matt Constable is in control, but down at the top and a dead-on run for Kevin Samard is going to put on the wind lamp, taking 21 thousandths of a second down at the big end. Daniel Fuller rolling past the tree, warming up them big old back tires on the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. Taking the buy run. Going to collect the data and see what that long and skinny can do with nobody around. Up front is Daniel Fuller on the freebie. Down at the big end, how about 6 thou under the predicted dial-in time? You want to talk about being set up tight? Well, that is one very tight run to beat, getting the freebie in round number 2. Scott Barron gonna have to try and chase down Kim Kawaz as he was trip zip with a 4, goes 2 above with the best light we've seen in round number 1. Tyler Rudolph and Rick Mann, 563 to a 446. 11 up front to a 36 as Mann is 25 behind. As Rudolph picks up the win, going 2 under for the double breakout win. Davey Markle, Don Keikel, Mr. Precision Crankshafts himself. The Roadster dialed in at a 5:54. He's going to be running away from Davey Markle. The long and skinny in the Lamb Pro left lane with the quick time of a 4:52. 15 to a 14, 1,000 difference. Don Kiko had it in his pocket, but the win is going to go on for Mr. Davey Markle. The Griffo Painting S10, Jeff Griffo Sr. 636 to a 633, Kenny Dillon. Throws on the red one, 16th out too soon, as Jeff Griffo was 004 dead 6. 10 total. It didn't matter which way Kenny Dillon was swinging. He was going to be mathematically ineligible. Here comes Howie Samard, 6:32, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from 00 Joe Karosik, the Chevy Nova in the Enzinger right lane, dialed in at a 6:14. Howie is 006 and 00 Joe is 003 too soon. Joe Karosik eligible for buybacks, and Howie Simard rolling into round number 2. Down at the top end, how about one above with a 9 to keep the drive alive for the first night win here at Empire Dragway. Tom Cooler and Mr. Spray and Slide himself, that is Jeffrey Subchinsky. The Gold Camaro predicted a run of 596. He's going to be running faster than Tom Cruller, dialed in at a 552. One for Spray and Slide, dead 7-8 total. Thanks for playing, Tom Cruller, but you were mathematically ineligible here in round number 1. Here comes Gracie Heinrich, our normal national anthem singer, Mrs. Star Spangled Banner herself, in the heavy Chevy pick-em-up truck, dialed in at a 663. Joe Masulo, the big Masulo, not the mini Masulo that we saw earlier, dialed in at a 454, going to be sitting and waiting for Gracie Heinrich to run down track. 18 to a 23. Gracie Heinrich is in control, but only by 7 thousandths of a second. And the breakout win going to the 2 above run of Gracie Heinrich in the heavy Chevy pick-em-up truck. She was 18 on the let-go, goes 2 above, and puts on the lamp. Another long and skinny, going to make a lap now out of the Land Pro left lane. Brian Mahler and Neil Onderdonk. Neil, the pickup truck on the dragster chassis. Rear engine, pick 'em up truck dialed in at 592. Who's going to get away first in the Ensinger right lane? Brian Maller in the Lampro left lane dialed in at a 536. Gets away a little bit better, but it's going to go to the dead-on run of Neil Underdog. 36 up front and goes dead 6 all the way down to the finish line. Dave Markle and Brian Erath. Markle, 4:50 the quick time. Going to be sitting for a while, which is an incredible statement considering Brian Erath is still running a 6:24. He's going to be sitting for almost 2 whole seconds on a car going sub-7s in the 8th mile. Who's going to get there first? Is it going to be Brian Erath in the Ensinger right lane, or is it going to be Dave Markle in the Lampro left lane? 37 for Erath, and Markle is 746. He's nowhere near the finish line when Erath crosses. Going 625 on the 624 dial, taking 709. Brian Erath almost goes to Walmart on the gimme into round number 2. Little Billy, that's right, William Balzer. The Chevy Camaro in the Lampro left lane going up against the IHRA world champion himself. That is Keith Cleveland. 5:45 for the Roadster. Going to be chasing down Billy Balzer in the Camaro. Dialed in at a 670 in the Lampro left lane. Balzer having some sort of a mechanical difficulty at the starting line. The world champ going to go ahead into round number 2. As they try and sort out what's going on with the car in the Lampro left lane. Jason Subchinski and the long and skinny next to him. 631 to a 496, and it's gonna be Subchinski. 31 on a 31 after being 22 up front, forcing Kane Gregory to break out, rolling down the track. Doug Linden and driver unknown. 6:02 to a 5:06 are predicted dial-in times. Doug Linden, the Chevy in the Ensinger right lane, going to be trying to chase down the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. 26 too soon as Linden was 0009 in the red as well. The lamp comes on because he left second. And that is a recipe for success going in to the next round of competition. Calabrese and Sam Chapman. 40 to a 31. 9 foul was the difference. But it's going to be Sam Chapman picking up the win in the double breakout. Margin of victory, 12 thousandths of a second. And we got ourselves a couple battles of the long and skinnies here at Empire Dragway. That's right. Dragsters making the laps. Greg Giordano, the Land Pro left lane. 480, the Gus on the glass, going to be chasing down the man in the Ensinger right lane. That is John Cooper. 484, 400ths of a second away from Mr. Giordano, but that 400ths of a second is going to feel like an eternity on the tree. Who's it going to be? Giordano leaving second, or is it going to be Cooper leaving first? To 13, Giordano is in the lead. Down track, what do we got? And it's a Giordano victory, 3 above.
I watched that. Right.
Steve Marco and Deanna Nugent. The next set of long and skinnies to take the tree. Marco, one of the fastest cars on the property. 423 the Gus on the glass for the Land Pro left lane. Deanna, she's dialed in at a 503 in the Ensinger right lane. 216 too soon was Marco, as Deanna, 51 up front, goes 1 hole under for the win, getting the data. 9 thou, the lap she just made faster than the lap she's used to taking. Balzer double 0-1 to Jessica Bennett's 11. 10 thou separated them, and down at the top end. Mr. Balzer gonna pick up the lamp. Jessica Bennett, she pulls off to the side as we try and figure out what's going on.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Doug Linden, would you please come on down to the top end of the return road and pick up Jessica? Doug Linden, please come and pick up Jessica down at the top end on the return road. Thank you.
Back into the racing action in Super Pro. Shittenden, the pickup truck, $5.95 the gas on the glass. Jim Martin, $6.52 the predicted die-win time for the Camaro right next to him. 29 to a 24, 5 thou separate them up front, down at the top end. It is a 110 thou breakout, taking 7 thou. Giving the win over to Brandon Shittenden, who is 5 thou ahead on the let-go. Tom Coonley, the Chevy Nova in the Land Pro left lane, 612 the gas on the glass, going to be trying to run away from the Chatterbox. That's right, Craig Chatterton, 453 the gas on the glass. Double 04 with a 1 the wrong way. And Chatterton is going to the next round, 32 up front, goes 46 on a 53, and that drags a little bit more to it than he's letting us all know. Zoe Gaiman and Jesse Azzato, 543 to a 576. Gaiman going to get away and lay chase on Jesse Azzato as Jesse in the Insinger right lane is going to be running away, trying to stay away to put on that win light. 12 to a 007, and Azzato is already behind. As they get down to the top, and it's going to be Jesse Azzato. He was down by 5 and ends up putting it up by nothing. Zell Gaiman breaks out, taking 7 thousandths down at the top end. Attention in the pits, attention in the pit. We need the Craftworks Russo Cabinets Can-Am SuperStock class down to 9, 10, 11, and 12 on the hot car side. Attention in the pits. Can-Am, Craftworks Russo Cabinet Superstock. We need you to hot car side 9, 10, 11, and 12 for your next round of competition. Kenai Malley, he leaves 13 on a 23, 10 foul better than the guy next to him. It's going to be dead 1, 14 total. Sorry, driver unknown to you. We're mathematically ineligible. Ross Booker, the Roadster, with the quick time, 595, going to be trying to chase down the door car in the Lam Pro left lane, dialed in at a 653. Double 01 to a 009, 8 thou, the difference between them up front and down at the top end. Ross Booker running 6 under is going to be better than the man next to him for the win rate on the double breakout win. 37 to a 003. Josh Williams ends up putting on the red bulb in the Enzinger right lane. Brian Moore, 28 up front, no less and no more, as he gives the win over to Gary O'Connell, who is 185 up front and nowhere near the dial-in. Brian Moore not going to know what's going on with the ticket he just read. And Dennis O'Brien was trip zip with an 8 to secure the wait-and-see bye here in Super Pro. 5:54, the predicted dial-in time for the heavy Chevy in the Land Pro left lane. 60 feet, 330, and double it. And we're going to go 100 with a 5. 5 thou under the predicted dial-in time for Dennis O'Brien. Street competition rolling out for round number 1. Street competition open to Johnny Q Public. Anybody with a New York State and or out-of-state driver's license can come here and race street competition. You shut the air conditioner off just so you don't drip water on the track. And then you make 2-time trials, see what it's going to run. If it runs the same number, you're going in the good. That's a hint from the inside. If it doesn't run the same number, you got a lot of guesswork to do, and you got to try and be better at guessing than the guy next to you when you roll up for round number 1. 11:37 for Bad Brad Perkins as he sits pre-staged ready to go. And Jim Zag sitting there with an 8:32 on the big board.
The board is broken.
Jim Zag just making sure the big board reflects the time on his window. We do have a couple bulbs out down at the top end, and it makes a huge difference when it comes to those numbers. But Bad Brad Perkins, he's away with a 36. Jim Zag's trying to chase him with a 70 on the let-go. Down at the top end, it's going to be Bad Brad Perkins, 3 above after being 36 up front, going into round number 2. Daniel French in the Land Pro left lane this time. The Camaro dialed in. Eddie 9:03. Half fast Eddie Sumlich pulling in the street ride this time, not the Nova he's used to running. He goes 000 for the long way as he goes and is eligible for the re-entry round. If not, he's in the cooler. Daniel French, he was 102 in the red and ends up running an 899 on the freebie. DJ Donnie Razor. The man has held 2 Wallies in 1 weekend, and here he is wheeling the Mercedes. 10:24, the guys on the glass, going to be trying to run away from Gary French and the Illegal Regal. $123 to a 54. DJ Razor has some work to do. But down at the top end, Gary French, the Illegal Regal, going to put on the lamp, taking 147 out the back door, running 2 above with a 0. Tim Markle, 29 up front. The Ford F-150 was nowhere near. Going to try and chase down Markle. He has no chance of doing that with the light he had. Down at the top end, Markle keeping the wing lights alive, undefeated since last night. That would be his 7th round win so far this weekend in a row. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Weenie, Can-Am, Craftworks, Russo, Cabinet, Stock, SuperStock to the lanes. Can-Am, Craftworks, Russo, Cabinet, Stock, SuperStock. We need you to the lanes. 9, 10, 11, and 12 on the hot car side. Xavi Rivera, 002, sticking 8 on the back as he goes 6 above to put the wind lamp on. Kenneth Bacon, Trip Zip 9 too soon on the let go. That one is going to sting when he sees the ticket. Don Vandersall and Tyler Spilak rolling out of the water box now. Don Vandersall, he is going to be trying to run away from Tyler Spilak in an almost heads-up race. Vandersall, the Chevy Nova 2 in the Land Pro left lane. 776, I guess, on the glass. Tyler Spilak, he's out of Farmington, New York, in the Tin Shop Mustang with a 7:73 predicted dial-in time. .006 to 119. Spilak was in trouble. And it's going to go to Don Vandersall, who goes 3 above with a 7 after being .006 on the release. Attention in the pits, Can-Am, Stock, SuperStock, Can-Am. We need the Craftworks Russo cabinetry. Can-Am, Stock, SuperStock. Come on down to the staging lanes. If you guys are out there and want to run your next round of competition, come on down to the staging lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. If at first you don't succeed, keep on sucking till you do succeed. We need buybacks to 6 and 7. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down to lane 6 and 7. If you didn't do so hot in round number 1 and you want to try and buy back in, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Buybacks, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Joel Rivera and Peter Edwards. 17 the wrong way was Joel Rivera Edwards. He was 108 up front. Goes 1 under to put on the lamp to see what it's going to do out the back door. Dylan Schwartz. Carl Ballinger. 7 flat to 612. 281 was Carl. 46 up front was Schwartz. But down at the top end, it's going to go back to Carl. 281 goes dead 2. And the breakout win going into the right lane. Kevin Fuller, hot rod himself, 674, the guys on the glass for the Lamb Pro left lane. Pat Toomey, the Insinger right lane. The Pontiac Firebird dial in at an 823. Trip zip with a 4 is Kevin Fuller, as Pat Toomey is 001 and not close enough. Kevin Fuller, 20th the margin of victory down at the top end, rolling into the next round of competition. Malley, the man on the freebie, the wait and see buy. Well, he waited and he saw himself going into the next round. Actually, it was a mechanical break. Sorry for that. 664, the predicted dial-in time against a competitor that couldn't make the call. Brandon I. Malley going to take a free shot down Broadway and come back for the next round of racing. Up front was I. Malley. 660 feet later, a 663 with a 2 on the 664 dial puts I. Malley right on the mark. Fourth hour up front was Tom Reed on that last lap, giving him the reaction time advantage. Gonna go and put it about 6 above flat, taking 45 thou down at the top end to move forward into round number 2. That ain't dirt, that ain't mud. Nope, that's Clay Ricketson. 7:03, the guys on the glass in the Lamb Pro left lane. Mike DeMario, 6:05, the predicted dial-in time for the Insinger right lane. 29 to a 23, 6 thou separate them up front. 660 feet later, that drag race is going Mike DeMario's way. Clay Ricketson ends up 2 above, where DeMario is only 1 above, being a little bit better on the let-go. Pete Dagnolo. The man's won world championships. He is an NHRA SuperStock world champion. And here he is dialed in at a 587. Jim Parnick pulling up next to him. He's got a tall order to fill. Going to try and take out the man next to him in the Malibu. And he ends up taking himself out. 009 on the let go in the long. And that's going to make him eligible for the re-entry round in just a few minutes. Chris Adams and Matt Consiglio. Matt in the Insinger right lane. Adams in the Land Pro left lane. 7:04 against a 6:69. 105 to 128, 23 thou separate him, and Consiglio has some work to do. But down at the top end, he ends up putting on the wind lamp, moving forward in the next round of competition. Daryl Gilbert from Daryl's Diner. Running in the Lamb Pro left lane, going up against Colin Cahill. 6:59 to a 6:67. 20 to a 15 up front, 5 thou separate them. As they boogie on down track, the man who was 5 ahead ends up taking 1 thou at the stripe to go on into the next round of competition. Russell Story and Tim Vasaw. Tim dialed in at a 689. Russ Story, the Ford Mustang, going to predict a 593. Vasaw is away 27 thou too soon. Russ Story is only 26 thou away from a green light. As they get down to the top end, he is going to run an 89 on the 93 dial-in.
Nikki Thomas over there in the Insinger right lane. She's down in at a 6:24, and she's going to be chasing down Miss Amy Reed over there in the Plymouth Volant Diamond in the rough. She's in the left lane, down in at a 6:74. $114 to a 36. Nikki Thomas has an advantage of about 80 thou. Down at the top end, it's going to be all Nikki Thomas. She runs 3 above 627 at 104 miles an hour. Amy's going to run dead on. She was a little late on the tree, and that cost her the race, unfortunately. Jeff Hetrick. Hetrick over there, down in at a 726. He's going to be getting chased down by Nick Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi out of Cheektowaga, down in at a 696. $67 to a 118. Jeff Hetrick has an advantage by 50 thou. Getting down to the top end, it's going to be all Jeff Hetrick. He runs dead on with a 1 on the back of it. 91 miles an hour. Nick's going to run 1 above at 93 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street. If you lost first round and you didn't think it was justified, you got a shot to get back into the mix. Street buybacks.
What'd you say?
We want to see you in lanes 2 and 3. Street buybacks. Go to lanes 2 and 3. Street buybacks. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. John Little and Jesse Ozzato. Little, the Ford Mustang and the Land Pro left lane. 6:28 the guess on the glass. Jesse Ozzato, 5:75 the predicted dial-in time. 0032 soon was John Little as he ends up giving the win over to Jesse Ozzato, who runs 4 under the predicted dial-in time.
Matt Gregory, down in at a 609. He's a slow car. He's going to be getting chased down by Money Mark. 135 to a 78. Money Mark's got the advantage up front by 70 thou, and down at the top end, it's going to be all Money Mark Talmadge. He runs 3 above at 110 miles an hour. Giordano's going to run 610 at a 111. That's going to bring up the man on the skidoo, Brad Perkins. Brad's out in at a 635 on the sled. He's going to be chasing down Mr. Ken Bacon. Ken's down in at a 792.
Yep, Ken is going to try and get away in that Camaro, snuffing all the nitrous down the nose. And bad Brad Perkins, he's going to try and lay chase and pick him up. What do you think the idea is, bumping into these beams? Is Brad going to sit there in them leathers? As a fellow snowmobiler, what are the odds of this one?
Brad's got this. 88 up front for Brad, 22 up front for Bacon. Bacon's got the advantage by 66 thou down at the top end. Bacon's going to run dead on, stick a 5 on the back of it at 85 miles an hour. Brad's going to run 1 above and be a little late on the tree. Fortunately, he was ineligible.
Davey Markle and Tyler Spilak, a 632 to a 773. Davey Markle, the Stobbs Automotive Machine, Lampro left lane. He is going to be chasing down Spilak in the Tint Shop Ford Mustang. If Spilak gets away, can he stay away, or is it going to be a Markle finish line? 12 to a 28. Thou up front is the difference as they roll down track. 660 feet later, Davey Markle got there first, but by 2 thou too much as Tyler Spilak goes dead on with a 4 after being 12 up front, 16 total. Sorry, Mr. Markle, but you were mathematically ineligible. Sam Capizzi over in the Insinger right lane. Daniel Fuller in the Lampro left lane. 901 to a 670 or an 872. My correction. Capizzi goes 57. 270 was Daniel Fuller as they try and go down track. Capizzi pulling away and puts on the wind lamp after putting the lamp up on the let go. $29 on the let go for the wait and see buy for Joe Buchella, the high flying Firebird, as he goes 2 above with a 1 as he collects the data going into the next round of competition.
They're all correct before you start pushing and trying to get efficient, okay?
Jeff Rutman and Robert Becker, the Can-Am Craft Works Russo Cabinets Stock Super Stock category. Round number next. 1034 to a 988. 2 quarter-mile passes. Doubling the track length from what you are used to seeing. They are going all the way from here down to the scoreboards. And you are going to see motion in work. Robert Becker having an issue. Jeff Rutman runs away 14 thou the wrong way. But it's all about the data. 1,320 feet later. How about dead on? Talk about a dime pass. He goes dead one at 129 miles an hour after only being read by 14 thousandths of a second. How about a couple Third gen Camaros, that's right. Absolute gorgeous F-bodies. Big tire. Pie cutter on the front end. They'll hike the tires, drag them out for 60 feet, door to door. Al Allison, he's got the quick time. 994. Weber Racing Machine dialed in at a 10:39. The Land Pro left lane. He is going to pull out first. Al Allison going to drive away after him. Who is going to get down to the top end? And it's going to be Al Allison early. 21 thou too soon was a man on the left lane. Al Allison goes for the data. And he ends up putting an 82 on a 94 dial. Tony Villario. Mike Humphreys. Mike in the high flying Firebird over in the Insinger right lane. The wagon's away. 1180 the gas. Here comes the Firebird trying to catch up as they get down track. Who is going to get it? Mike Humphreys gets the lamp and comes back for the next round of competition. To a 58 too soon. The Clark machine is done for the night. Ed Hawkins, the Copo Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. 972, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to chase down Robert Andrews out of Burlington, Ontario. 10:13, the predicted dial-in time for the Mopar in the Insinger right lane. To 115 and down track. It seems like the Mopar's got them smothered and covered. 10-10 the breakout. Doug Box, 1023 to a 990. 007 on the let go is Truck Nagy. The Cavalier coming back for the next round of competition. And down at the top end, how about 3 under for the comeback data poll? Bill Baker, 1091. Going to be getting away a little bit on the man next to him. 1010, the guys on the glass for the Insinger right lane. Double 07 to a 1912 thou separate them on the let go. All the way down there, though, the man who got ahead is definitely putting on the win late. 10-16 on a 10-10 dial. Magach and Patrick Bonifario. 12.49 to a 9.99. Bonifario, the in-singer, right lane. Magach, Lampro, left lane. Red light goes to Bonifario. Putting on a win light. He was 74 up front, but still eligible for the next round of competition. Double 03. The reaction time on the data pass in the Land Pro left lane goes 68 to above on the 66 dial-in. But the double 03, that is the reaction time you want to hit. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro. If you lost in round 1 and want to come back down and make another stab at it, come on out of lanes 4 and 5. Pro buybacks. Come on out of lanes 4 and 5. If you didn't do so hot in round number 1 and you want to try again, come on out of lanes 4 and 5.
Did what
Brian Maller and Kane Gregory. Kane Gregory, 4.95, the guys on the glass. Brian Maller, the 5.35 runaway time. Which long and skinny is going to be coming back? Maller left lane. Gregory right lane. Maller's in. Gregory's in. Here come the bulbs and away they go. 002 to a 29, 27 foul. The difference between them and down at the top end. It's going to be all Brian Maller. He goes 2 above with a 2 to come back for the next round of competition. Scott Barron and 00 Joe Karosik, the heartbreaker. The Roadrunner in the Land Pro left lane, 6.50. The guys on the glass going to be trying to run away from 00 Joe Karosik. 004 the wrong way is Joe's 15 on the tree. The red light win goes to 00 Joe Karosik as they get down track. He is going to go 2 above with a 4. Tom Cooler and Joe Masulo. 4.53 to a 5.53. 1 second separates the two of them. Land Pro left lane. Gonna get away first and see if the in-singer right lane can bring him on back to reality. before they get down to the top end.
Still, but that's the last.
4,000 difference, 17 to a 13 up front as they get down to the top end, and they both go dead on the margin of victory. 003 between Tom Kruger and Joe Masulo. Joe was 4 ahead on the let go and takes 3 thou at the stripe. Tom Coonley and Sam Chapman. Sam in the Camaro, the Insinger right lane. Tom Coonley, the Nova, and the Lampro left lane. 612 to a 577. Sam Chapman, he's going to be trying to chase down Tom Coonley. He's going to be trying to run away the whole time. 19 up front, and Sam Chapman is nowhere near as he is 612 on the release. Tom Coonley. Tom Coonley goes dead, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and hit screen record real fast if you're on YouTube. Tom Coonley goes 19 up front and dead 4, while Spidey Sam Chapman goes 77 on the gas, runs a 71 out the back door, and literally was nowhere near on the tree. Tom Coonley, 535 thousandths of a second, a margin of victory on that lap. Matt Constable, the battle of the Camaros, going out on the top end. Gonna go to the Land Pro left lane this time out. 17 up front, 3,000 better on the release, a double breakout win. Going to the man in a Land Pro left lane. Steve Markle, Brian Moore, 6:38, the predicted dial-in time for the Firebird. Markle, the long and skinny, going to be waiting for a little bit, but he's going to try and run a 4:23. 26 to a 228. Markle is on the tire early. And Markle puts on the wing light. Brian Moore breaks out by 1/100th of a second, giving the win back to Steve Markle, who was 228. Oh, that's gotta hurt, ladies and gentlemen. Keep the scissors away from Brian Moore after that one. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Can-Am Craft Motorworks and Russo Cabinets. Stack SuperStock down to the lanes. Can-Am, we need the Craftwork Russo Cabinets. Can-Am down to the lane. Craftworks Russo Cabinets. Can-Am Stock SuperStock. Come on down the lanes. 9, 10, 11, and 12. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, there's a puppy and a blue golf cart that got our attention in the tower. John Cooper, though, 16 ahead of the 20 next to him. He was 4th out on, going dead on. 3 above, 7 total for John Cooper, the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. The man in the Lamb Pro left lane, he was 20 up front and mathematically ineligible. Kenny, Dillon, and Alan Runyons. 523 to a 633. A full second separates them on the release. William Balzer and Dave Markle trying to work their way back into competition. 668 to a 450. Markle, the 450, the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. William Balzer, the dial-in for the Camaro, is a 668 in the Land Pro left lane. William Balzer, 009. Dave Markle, 007. Markle out of it after a little bit. Make sure he's got the cushion. But William Balzer, let's go. 009 with a 9. Don Kiko. 555, the gas on the glass, and the precision crankshafts machine. The Insinger right lane going to try and make a lap. 660 feet. See what it does. 28 on the release and goes a 53 with a 5. Street re-entry round 1 and only. If you don't make it here, you're not getting back into competition. DJ Donnie Razor, the Lamb Pro left lane. Went up a couple weeks ago, doubled up, a few O's in his pocket. Jim Zag, the Chevy pick-em-up truck in the Insinger right lane. 23 to 104. DJ Donnie Razor. Well, it's not in his pocket. It's in a purse. He's got it all wrapped up in a bow. Putting on the wind light. Jim Zag, he ends up breaking out trying to catch him. Tyler Spilak. Half Fast Eddie Semlich. Fast Eddie. The Insinger right lane. Tyler Spilak, the Tint Shop Mustang in the Lampro left lane. 773 to a 1065. Double 05 by Spilak. Fast Eddie, he's 168 too late. As they get down to the top end, it's going to be all Tyler Spilak. Kenneth Bacon, 792, the guess on the glass for the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. A day late and $1 short, something not right with that pass, as Ken Bacon makes it down the track. Pro buybacks rolling out into the water box as we speak. Couple guys not doing so hot, and here they go trying to do it again. Joel Rivera, the man on two wheels, 568. Going up against Pat Toomey. 8:25 the predicted dial-in time. 48 to a 53. Little bit of an advantage for Joel Rivera as he picks up the win. The advantage is the stripe as they both run off at the same amount. Chris Adams and Lynn Salisbury. 702 to a 650, and both of them have terrible reaction times. Lynn's 430. Chris Adams, he's 168. Chris Adams goes dead on as Lynn Salisbury. He ends up breaking out by 12 thousandths of a second.
17 to a 009 as Davies got the advantage up front. Down at the top end, it's going to be a double breakout win for Mr. Davey Marco. He's going to run 1 under 630 at 107 miles an hour. Reed is also going to run 1 under. And the difference between the double breakout was a trip zip 2. 3 zeros and a 2 was the margin at the stripe. How about Mr. John Little? He's over there in the black Mustang in the Land Pro left lane. Guess on the glass for him is going to be a 628. He's going to be getting chased down by Pete Dagnolo. Pete's guess on the glass is a 587 as they leave 102 in the left lane as a 16 up front for Pete. Pete's got an advantage by a whole lot. He's going to force Mr. John Little to break out as Pete runs 2 above at 111 miles an hour. John's going to break out by 3. Darryl Gilbert out of Darryl's place. Insinger right lane. He's a slow car, dialed in at a 659. He's going to be getting chased down by Richie LeBerry. Richie over there in the Land Pro left lane. Guess on the glass for him is going to be a 611. 10 to a 30 the wrong way. Darryl gets a little excited and leaves too soon. Richie's going to run 668 as he gets out of it, looking in the mirror, taking a peek up and seeing that the wind light's on for him. Super Pro, come on down for round number 2. Super Pro, we need you in 6 and 7. Super Pro, come on down to 6 and 7. You won the buyback or you won round 1 in Super Pro, we are looking for you down in lane 6 and 7. 6 and 7, come on down. 24 to a 24 up front. This could be anybody's race. Getting down to the stripe, Brad Perkins is going to break out and give the win over to Amy Reed. Amy's going to run dead on with a 5, giving her a 29 total. And that brings us to our buy with Ed Kelly. Ed got the buy here in the buyback round. Guess on the glass for him is going to be a 697. Super Pro, we need you down in the staging lanes. Come on down to staging lanes 6 and 7. Super Pro, we're looking for you. 62 up front, getting down to the top end. He's going to go a little quick, run 2 under. 695 at 96 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Street round 2. If you are winning, if you ran first round and won or won the entry round, street winners, we need your lanes 2 and 3. Street winners, we want to see you in lanes 2 and 3. Street winners, come on down to lanes 2 and 3. And attention in the pits, Can-Am, we need the Craftwork Russo cabinets, Can-Am stock, SuperStock to come on down to the staging range. Can-Am, the Craftworks Russo cabinets, stock, SuperStock, come on down to the staging lanes. Can-Am, we need you in hot car side, 9, 10, 11, 12. Can-Am, come on down to the staging lanes. Tom Calabrese and Jesse Azzato, 625 to a 574. 12 to a 32, 20,000 separating them on the release. Down track, it is going to be Jesse Azzato. The double breakout win going to a Corvette in the Insinger right lane. Daniel Fuller, the long and skinny, dialed in at 542. The Land Pro left lane going up against Money Mark Talmadge. Money Mark dialed in at 593.
Right now, he's not out there.
00222 was Daniel Fuller. His Money Mark Talmadge was 47 on the release and ends up going 9,000 under the predicted dial-in time. Going to be invited back to the next round of competition. Jason Subchinski, 630, the guess on the glass for the door car in the Land Pro left lane. The pick-em-up truck of the new Onderdome, 592, the predicted dial-in time in the Insinger right lane. Don Keikel and Tyler Rudolph. Tyler, the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. 4:44, the quick time, going to be chasing down Don Keikel, the man in the Roadster right next to him. 5:53, the predicted dial-in time for Mr. Precision Crankshafts. Below 1 to a 37. 36 now. Separate them up here. Down there. It's all Mr. Rudolph. Dead 7. 1 up front. 8 total. Don Keikel. Even if he shredded 20 off that reaction time, he was still mathematically ineligible. Dennis O'Brien rolling up in the Lampo left lane, going up against Double O Joe Karosik. 5:53 to a 6:15. Double O Joe going to get away first. Dennis O'Brien going to try and lay chase. One of these two is going to lose an O after this lap. Double 08 is Double O Joe as he goes rooting and tooting down track and ends up running dead 7 to put Mr. O'Brien mathematically ineligible. 16 up front and just didn't have enough real estate to get the job done against Double O Joe Karosik. Jeffrey Subchinski, Mr. Spray and Slide himself, 5:95, the predicted dial-in time, going up against Mr. Kevin Samard Sr. 6:79, 5:95.
Always run very high 5 or very low 6. 590.
37 to a 28, 11 thou. Turns to a 13 thou victory. The man who was behind ends up walking it back to the above. Kevin Samard Jr. coming back for the next round of competition.
Junior's on the line. You can't have another shout out now that it's actually been 30 minutes. It's been 6 since the last call.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can-Am, stock, SuperStock, come on down to the staging lanes. Can-Am, stock, SuperStock, come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you hot car side 9 and 10. Stock, SuperStock, come on down. Tower side 9 and 10. Keith Cleveland. Brian Malley. 15 to a 17. 2 thou was the difference on the release.
There's a junior starter down by the fence there.
And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you didn't get your junior starter, we do have one down on the fence. Would be wise to pick it up before you don't. If you don't have your junior starter, it is on the fence line. Go ahead and pick that up at your earliest convenience.
Guy in the truck.
Tom Coonley. Chevy Nova in the Lampo left lane, going up against the chatterbox himself, Craig Chatterton. 4:47, a quick time, going to be trying to chase down Tom Coonley.
Hey, Steve. Your street guy in shorts.
Double 0-2 to an 11-9 thou separate him. And Tom Coonley, he is going to go 4 above with a 0 after being double 0-2 up front, feeding the stripe to Chatterbox, who ends up taking a whole lot more than he needed to put on the win light.
Just because you have them doesn't mean you don't need.
John Cooper.
Pro from the first round has been
Oh, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro winners coming out only 4 and a 5. Pro winners. If you survive first round and re-entry round, pro winners coming out only 4 and a 5. Pro coming out only 4 and a 5.
take what? 21 cars, and you get 21 cars worth of money. You know what I mean?
006 beat a 003 on that last lap. John Cooper. He tried getting down there, ended up breaking out by 1/1000th of a second, and that's all it took to let the man on the Land Pro left lane get around him. But he was 003 with a 9 up front and ends up breaking out by just a little bit, actually 0.02 of a second. Well, actually 1/7 if you're keeping track at home. Jeff Griffo. 6:36, a predicted dial-in time going up against Dave Markle. He's got the quick time, 4:51. The guys on the glass for the long and skinny and the Ensinger right lane.
When the top bulb comes on, the yellow one come up like this. That one? Yeah, like that.
16 to a 14. 2,000 is the difference on the screen, but down at the top end, it's going to be all Dave Markle going dead on with a 4. 18 total against Mr. Jeff Griffo, who had 2,000 to play with and couldn't put it in the hole.
305G, 53.
Gracie Heinrich, the heavy Chevy pick-em-up truck in the Land Pro left lane, 6:64, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from Deanna Nugent. Deanna dialed in a 5:01 in the long and skinny, over in the Ensinger right lane.
Okay, watch here. Watch here. Okay, all the way up. Wait for it. When that comes on, stare at the top bulb. Ready? You lost that race.
24 to a 55. Half a reaction time advantage to the left lane. But the breakout win is going to go over to the Ensinger right lane. Deanna Nugent goes 2 above to put on the win lamp to bring it back around for the next round of competition. Joe Masulo, the Ensinger right lane, going against Davey Markle, the Land Pro left lane. 450 to a 453, an almost heads-up race. 300 separate them as the tree drops. The reaction time and the finish line is going to be the difference maker. 26 to an 11. 15 thou is the difference as they get down to the top end. That 15 thou margin ends up growing to be 36 thou as he is eligible to come back for the next round of racing.
11.
Zell Game and the hard-hitting Daddy 541, the predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. Brian Erath going to be trying to run away from Zell Gaiman. 6:24 at the predicted dial-in time in the Ensinger right lane. 006 across the board. They're dead even on the tree. And down at the top end, the double breakout win is going to go to Zell Gaiman.
The wrong way.
He only breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second, making it an almost dead-on run, being 6 total to come away with the win.
Yeah. Six with a 5 on the back of it total. $1966,598. Yes. 100%
Kenny Dillon and Dave Markle. 424, the quick time, going to be chasing down Kenny Dillon. Kenny, he was sitting pretty on a wait-and-see buy for just a little bit. 6:33, the predicted dial-in time for the Land Pro left lane, getting chased down by a 4:24 dial-in time. Kenny Dillon, let's go to be too soon. And that's all she wrote, putting the Markle machine into the next round of competition.
Thank you, Steve.
Is that 46 or
CX40. Oh, the time?
Carson, right lane, I can't read it on the dial in there again. 5:69.
Brandon Chittenden, left lane, 95 the dial-in, almost heads up to the man next to him. Chittenden leaves early. The Camaro rolls on to the next round of racing.
Right now? Right now. Okay, got it. That's awesome. Good. Close it. You can hit escape too, that works.
Tim Kawaz, 5:61 the dial-in time, going up against Billy Balzer Sr. 5:69. Almost heads up 800ths of a second, separate the two cars.
That's what we're doing next.
Do you want to walk around real quick?
What do you want? Do you need to stretch your legs?
Trip zipped 7 too soon was Billy Balzer Sr. as he gives it over to the man who was 25 up front and ends up running 3 above for the win.
You want your turn?
Yes.
Give me the word when you're ready.
Al Allison and Chuck Nagy rolling out for the next round of SuperStock Eliminator. Quarter-mile pass, taking the half track that you're used to seeing and running it all the way down to the top end. 91 to a 59. Chuck Nagy, he's got the advantage, but not by a lot. He goes one above with the 6 on the 59 reaction time to put on the win lap after Al Allison ends up going 3 thousandths of a second under the predicted dial-in time.
That's the one I got. What are you referring to?
Oh, I didn't even
Let's see, what is the guy doing?
141 to 146. Nobody in a real rush to get away from that one. As they go down the track, it's going to be all Ed Hawkins. As he goes a whole bunch above for the win in the Land Pro left lane. Jeff Rutman throws it red. 26 down too soon. Goes dead on with the 2. Down at the quarter-mile stripe. .10.66, he got on the glass in the Land Pro left lane. The Malibu going to be trying to run away from the Insinger right lane. 10 flat with a 9. 10th hour away from a perfect white too soon. Gives the Malibu the runaway. He was 32 up front. And a quarter mile later, he's going to go 10.68 on a 10.66 dial. Mike Humphreys, he's 31 up front with that 10.006 dial. Ends up going 10.15 at 113 miles an hour to put on the win lap to come back around for the next round of competition. Attention and racing land. If you are still hungry, we will be shutting down concessions in about 30 minutes. So if you want to get something now, now's the time to get it. We are going to be closing down in 30 minutes. Pro competition round number 2. If you don't put on the lamp, you're going on the trailer. Your hands in the cooler, your night's over. You ain't going on to round number 3. Brandon I. Malley, the Steiner Bros Bel Air, the Lampro left lane, going up against Money Mark Talmadge. 665 to a 593. Money Mark going to try and run down Brandon I. Malley. I. Malley is 22, and that's 2 twos too late as I. Malley goes down to the top end, but it's going to be Money Mark Talmadge. Both of them one above the margin of victory, 003. As Money Mark was 2 thou better on the let go and ends up being 3 thou better at the finish line. Pete Dagnolo, the Malibu in the Lampro left lane, going up against Ed Kelly. 696, I guess, out of the glass. Out of the Insinger right lane. Pete Dagnolo, he's going to try and chase him down. Double 07 to a 69. Dagnolo is ahead and goes to the finish line first. One above with a 6 after being 007 on the let go. Margin of victory, 49 thousandths of a second to come back for the next round of racing. 2 wheels rolling up on you in the Lampro left lane. Mike Peters going up against Jesse Azzato. 553 to a 574 Azado. Going to be leaving the first. Not a lot of times they'll be doing this today, but not by much. 53 to a 45. Azado has the advantage. Double breakout window going back to Mike Peters as he goes 52 on a 53 dial after being just a few thou behind on the release.
No, that's Peter Edwards on the bike, not Mike Peter.
Frank Fontana. 7:02. The getaway time going to be chased down by Joel Rivera. Dial into a 569, 22 to a 69. Fontana has a lot of work to do as Joel Rivera drives around and puts on the wind lamp down on the big board.
He already announced the food at 7:30, and then whenever
Fuel till 8 o'clock.
fuel, the fuel goes at 8. I don't know if you want to throw that out now
Yeah.
or wait,
Yeah,
whatever.
keep throwing it out so we can hear it.
That way they know. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you need fuel for the next day of racing and you want to get it now, we are going to shut down the fuel building at 8 o'clock. That's right, in an hour. The fuel building will be shut down. If you want to get food, we're going to be shutting down the snack shack over there in the main grandstand land of concessions. We'll be shutting that down in half an hour. But we do need to shut down the fuel building at 8 o'clock. DeMario taking out Cahill on that last pass. 607 on a 605 dial. 23 up front. There's a man next to him's 50 thou away on the let go. And just a bit under on the finish line. Ross Story making a lap now. 591, the predicted dial in time. Going up against Matt Consiglio. Matt dialed in at a 667. 91 to a 14, a lot to a little, and the man with the little is Russ Story. Down at the top end, the double breakout win going to Russ Story, who ends up running 2 thou under his predicted dial-in time to pick up the double breakout win.
That's 624 on Nicky's car, Nicky's truck over there.
Carl Bollinger and Chris Adams, 702 to a 610, both of them 100 plus on the let go, 109 to a 102. As they get down to the boogieing end, and one of them ends up going only 2 above and putting on the wind light. Joe Buchella and Sam Capizzi. Sam, the Mopar. The Insinger right lane, 876. The gas on the glass, the Pontiac next to him. Gonna predict a 641. Capizzi ends up popping it dead, and Buchella goes red. 13 thou too soon on the let go gives Sam Capizzi the win as they try and roll down track and sort this out a little bit later. Sam Capizzi needs to make a full pass to get the win light against Mr. Buchella. If he can get down track He's still rolling. 660 feet later, Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you. Down to the staging lane, Super Pro. Super Pro, Super Pro, Super Pro. Come on down to the staging lanes. 6 and 7. Super Pro. Come on down to the staging lanes. We need to see you in 6 and 7. Tom Reed and Nikki Thomas. Nikki, the S10 Chevy pick-em-up truck in the in-singer right lane. 624 to guess on the glass. 687 for Tom Reed in the Land Pro left lane. 004 to a 006. Tom Reed's got 2 on the trip as they get down to the top, and it's going to be a double breakout going back to Nikki Thomas as Tom Reed had the advantage, and it just wasn't enough as they end up rolling down track.
Who's got my buy in Super Pro?
However, we see that. Nick knows?
Jim Parnick and Tyler Spilek. Couple 7-second passes, 733 to a 773. Spilek's away at 124. Parnick's away at a 97. He's got a bunch to hang out with, but down at the top end, he'll turn that into a win light. The double breakout win going to Jim Parnick. Sam DeMario going up against Ken Bacon. DeMario, the Land Pro left lane. 6:13, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to chase down Mr. Ken Bacon. Ken, thinking that Camaro is going to go a 792. Who's going to be closer to the guess? Who is going to get away first? $19 to 102. Ken Bacon, nowhere near the finish line. When Sam DeMario got there, he was 19 up front, ends up going 5 above, sticking 9 on the back to come on back around for the next round of competition. 724 to a 673. Jeff Patrick going up against Amy Reed. 26 to 174. Amy Reed's got a lot of work to do, and she thinks she's going to be able to pull this one out. Ends up getting there first, but breaking out while she does. Jeff Hetrick, 26 up front, dead 5. 31 total for Mr. Hetrick. Richie Liberi, Davey Markle. 611 to a 631. 20 thousandths of a second separate the two of them. Markle is away. Liberi looks to be spinning. And down at the top end. That's exactly what it plays out as. Davey Markle. 27 up front. He was 40 thou better than the man next to him. Kevin Fuller taking a buy run. Ends up going trip zip 1. Too soon on the let go. Hey, why did you get a buy run? Well, I had the best weight. Well, how'd you do it again? Well, 1/10,000th was too much for me. And he got away under red. Green light, that would have been a perfect green light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street, we need you to lanes 2 and 3. Street, we need you to 2 and 3. Pro. Come on down lanes 4 and a 5. Street, we want to see you in 2 and 3. Pro, we want to see you in 4 and 5. Street, we want you in 2 and 3. Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby.
Running you. Round 3.
Attention in the pit, Super Pro. If you're not up here, you are late. We are rolling into the water box without you. Super Pro. Round number next. Rolling into the water box right now. If you are in it and you're not here, you are late. Greg Giordano. 481 the quick time. Going to be trying to chase down Double O Joe Karosik. Double O Joe. He's definitely had more than one Double O light tonight. Greg Giordano, well, he's definitely put a big money check in his trailer from this track alone. Both drivers know how to get it done here at Empire Dragway. And who is going to move on in week number 1 of Super Pro Drag Racing? The long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane, or is it going to be the door car hanging out in the Insinger right lane? $66 to $005. Giordano, man. Pressure makes diamonds, and that diamond goes dead 5. How about a 13 total pass against Double O Joe Karosik? He did the best he could, but there was nothing he could do when the man next to him is sub 20 total. Tom Kawaz and Jesse Azzato, 563 to a 572. Both of them going to be running away from a very short tree. Jesse Azzato going to be running away first, trying to stay away from Tim Kawaz. Tim in the Land Pro left lane, Jesse in the Insinger right lane. 11 to a 46. Azzato has a bunch of work to do as they get down to the top, and it's all Tim Kawaz as he goes 11 up front, 2 above, and comes back for the next round of racing.
5 minutes.
Kevin Samard and Tom Coonley. Tom over in the Insinger right lane. Samard over in the Land Pro left lane. 6:79 to come get me time. Going to be chased down by Tom Coonley's 6:12 guess on the glass.
5:35. Pretty clear as day right through you. Sit right my way.
32 to a 12. It's 20 foul between them, and Tom Coonley's got the work to do. The double breakout win going to Kev Samard Sr. Goes 1 under. 6 thou too quick as he rolls back for the next round of eliminations. Money Mark Talmadge. 592, 598, the man next to him. Money Mark gets to go ahead. The man left before third yellow in the Land Pro left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can-Am Stock Superstock. We want to see you down in the staging lanes. Can-Am Stock Superstock. We need the Craftworks Russo Cabinets Stock Superstock to come on down to the staging lanes. Can-Am Craftworks Russo Cabinets. Can-Am. Come on down to the staging lanes. Jason Subchinski and Brian Maller. 6:30 to a 5:35. Subchinski's gone. Maller's chasing. Maller has the advantage, but only by 11 down at the top, and it's going to be going back to Subchinski. Maller breaking out by just 3 thousandths of a second. comes the man, the myth, the legend himself, How Samard. The Lampro left lane, 630. The Gus on the glass, going to be trying to wait from Joe Masulo. And so far, it ain't so good. 23 thou separate the two of them, and it's going to be Joe Masulo taking out the dead-on run of Howie Samard. Steve Markle and Doug Linden. White Doug, the Chevy Bel Air, over in the Insinger right lane. Steve Markle, the long and skinny, and the Lampro left lane. 427 to a 504. Linden, he's away 14 green. The dragster is red and nowhere near. Zell Gaiman, 005 on the let goes, only 5 better than the man next to him. But Zell Gaiman puts on the lamp, going dead 4-9 total. And Dave Markle by 1 thou is mathematically ineligible. Oh, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can-Am, Craftworks, Russo Cabinetry, Stock, SuperStock. Come on down to the staging lanes. We need the Can-Am, Craftworks, Russo Cabinetry, Stock, SuperStock to come on down to the staging lanes. Tyler Rudolph, Deanna Nugent, 502 to a 443. Rudolph, the quick time, going to be chasing down Nugent. Nugent got to be trying to run away and stay away. 660 feet later. 74th out, too quick on the let go in the right lane. Rudolph, 56 up front, ends up going 1 under with the 6. And here comes the next round of street competition. Tim Markle, Land Pro left lane. Pontiac Firebird 905, the guess on the glass. Zavi Rivera, 10:40, the predicted dial-in time for the F-150 in the Insinger right lane.
Oh, Can-Am, wake 'em up.
Put your window up, Tyler.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Can-Am, stock, super stock, come on down to the staging lanes. Can-Am, stock, super stock, come on down to the staging lanes. 69 to an 81, Zavi Rivera. 4 above for the win. Going into the next round.
Go, bro.
Yeah.
Attention in the pits, Pro, come on down to 4 and a 5, Pro, come on down to lanes 4 and a 5.
This tech lane.
Pro competition, come on down to lanes 4 and a 5.
Nicky Thomas. Nicky.
N-I-K-K-I.
Runs in the box, and then we're going to Can-Am.
Thank you, Steve.
Ken Bacon and Gary French, 792 to a 772. Ken Bacon, he's going to be getting away first, trying to stay away, as Gary French tries to chase him down. .22 to a 33, 11th thou separate them up front. Ken Bacon has the advantage, but down track it's going to go back to Gary French. Ends up running a whole bunch above, but still able to put on the win light. Tyler Spilak going to take the bye run now. 7:71, the predicted dial-in time. Can't hurt if you red light, doesn't matter if you break out. This is all about the data. 12th out too soon on the release as they go traveling down track. 7:75 on that 7:71 predicted dial-in time for Tyler Spilak. Can-Am stock, super stock action rolling back out of the water box. (1,320 feet of competition. Ed Hawkins dialed in at a 970 going up against Jeff Rutman. Jeff going to be trying to run away and stay away with a little bit slower time of a 10:33. 55 to 123 too soon. Ed Hawkins is nowhere near where he needs to be on the let go. Jeff Rutman though, 16 on a 33 dial-in. And here comes Chuck Nagy. 988, the gas on the glass in the Land Pro. In the Insinger right lane. 37 to a 39. It's only 2 thou between them. And as they get down track, that 2 thou lead is going to go to the man in the right lane who is 2 behind to be 6 ahead, 1,320 feet later. Chuck Nagy, the Chevy Cavalier, coming back for the next round of racing. Mike Humphreys taking his own lap. 37 on the tree. Puts it down rather quickly after it goes up. Not sure if something happened there he wasn't too happy with, or if that was the plan all along.
NX42, or you look for car count?
After this car week, go check that out. Make sure it is.
And the yellow Camaro getting its own by run. 188 on the let go, but down track. How about a 6:43 at half and a 10:18 at 129 miles an hour. Next round of pro competition, rolling out at you, round number 3. Pete Dagnolo, Mike DeMario, two of the heaviest swingers you can find here at Empire Dragway. 587 to a 605. Someone is going to knock someone else's tree right over. and we are going to figure out who that is. Dagnolo, NHRA SuperStock champion in the left lane. Mike DeMario, IHRA renowned drag racing expert in the Insinger right lane.
Do what you gotta do, man. Don't worry about it.
16 to a 12. Fourth thou was the difference, and down track. It's gonna be Dagnolo. DeMario breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. And it's all Pete Dagnolo going one above with a 1 after being 4 behind on the tree. It ain't easy to say, but that's how it shakes out. 660 feet later here at Empire Dragway, Joel Rivera going up against Carl Bollinger. 6'10" against a 5'69". .76 too soon, but the man on 2 wheels gets away 005 and ends up going dead 3-8 total. When Carl ends up breaking out by 53 thousandths of a second.
That was a very good fight. It was probably like double O red, honestly.
Peter Edwards and Jim Parnick. Peter Edwards, the man on 2 wheels, 5:52, the quick time, going to be chasing down Jim Parnick. Jim dialed in at a 7:33. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Super Pro, come on down the lane 6 and 7, Super Pro, come on down the lane 6 and 7, Super Pro, come on down the lane 6 and 7.
What do you got planned for Friday?
Davey Markle, Mark Talmadge. Davey, Lampro left lane. Mark Insinger right lane. 592 for money, Mark. Davey going to try and run away with a 631.
I got a guy wants to run a track, so I'll see
51 to a 15, and it's all money, Mark Talmadge, as they end up getting down there. How about a dead 116 total? Dave Markle, thanks for driving next to him, but you were mathematically ineligible. Kevin Foley, the 69 Chevy Camaro in the Lampro left lane. 675 the gas on the glass, going up against Sam Capizzi Jr. Sam, the Dodge Dart in the Insinger right lane. 878, going to be trying to run away from Kevin Fuller. Kevin, no stranger to trying to chase him down. Trip Zip 2 to a 003. Kevin Fuller has a phenomenal light, and it's still 2 thou behind. But down at the top end, it's all Kevin Fuller. He was 2 thou behind after being 003 and ends up being 4 thou ahead at the stripe. Sam Capizzi, Trip Zip 2, crumple it up, throw it in the garbage, because it doesn't matter when Kevin Fuller's got the LS machine rolling to the finish line next to you. Jeff Hetrick now, 723 against Mr. Sam DeMario, the high-flying Firebird, 613, the gas on the glass. DeMario, he's going to be trying to chase down Hetrick. Hetrick's got a little bit to go before DeMario gets let loose, but it ain't going to be much at the finish line. 21 to a 003, and it's over before it begins. DeMario could not wait, and Hetrick goes on to the next round running 3 under the predicted dial-in time. Russ Story, the Mustang, going up against Nicky's S10. 0012 quick on the button. Gives it to Russ Story. He was 35 and 18 thou away from winning the gas. But Nicky ends up going 0012 soon and dead one at the finish line. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, we want to see you in 6 and 7. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Attention in the pit. Street. We need you to lanes 2 and 3. Street competitors. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Anybody in street, if you're still in competition, we want to see you in lanes 2 and 3. Kevin Samard Sr., 678, the guy on the glass, going to be running away from Joe Masulo. 4:53, the quick time, as the long and skinny tries to play cat. $68 to a 15. Masulo's not messing around. Down at the top, and it's all Joe Masulo. Dead 9:24 total. Sorry, Senior, but you had nothing to do with that pass. You were mathematically ineligible. Doug Linden going to take a stab at it now. The Ensinger right lane. 5:04 the predicted dial-in time, going up against Tim Kawaz. Tim dialed in at a 5:64. $27 to a 003. 24th thou is the difference in the margin of victory. How about Trip Zip 9? Talk about closing it up, as he is dead for 7 total. And that margin of victory absolutely closer than you would want it to be. Quit your... Money Mark Talmadge, Tyler Rudolph, 442 to a 592. Money Mark, the door car in, the Ensinger right lane. Tyler Rudolph, the long and skinny, and the Land Pro left lane. $15 across the board, 7/10 thou is the difference. Money Mark was ahead by 7/10 thou, but the margin of victory, 008 for Tyler Rudolph and the long and skinny. Craig Giordano and Jason Subchansky. 481, the quick time for the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. Jason Subchansky, 6:29, the predicted dial-in time in the Ensinger right lane. 11 to a 007. Giordano's 4 better on the let go goes dead 2. How about 9 total? Jason Subchinski, a great run, going dead 8 himself, but even on a let go, he was mathematically ineligible. Zell Gaiman, the hard-hitting daddy. The Chevy Lumina with the small block, 540, the predicted dial-in time. Double 04 on the freebie. And the cone says dead 2. How about that? 6 total on the freebie. And Zell Gaiman has got the tunes cranking right and the headphones after that one. Tyler Spilek and Xavi Rivera, 1042 to a 775. Xavi, the Ford F-150. Tyler Spilek, the Tint Shop Ford Mustang. $60 to an 11, Tyler Spilek nails it. 59 ahead and down at the top, and it's going to be dead 3. 14 total out of Tyler Spilek, taking 65 thousandths of a second down at the top end. Gary French, illegal regal, dialed in at a 772.
Thanks for the update, Steve. I got another 5. It's still
99 on the away we go.
that works for me.
And shuts it off down track at a 764. Down to the quarter-final round in stock, SuperStock. The semi-finals, 3 cars remain. The buy-in to the final, well, that was that fellow right there. 31 up front by Ruttman. As he gets down track. Going 1 above with a 6, getting the data. And attention in the pits, pro, come on down to the staging lanes, pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5, pro, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Mike Humphreys and Chuck Nagy. 10:06 for Humphreys. Nagy with a 987. $57 to a 49, 8,000 the difference up front, and Nagy's got it in his pocket. But down at the top, and it's going to be Nagy. 4 above, going the same as the guy next to him. 91 with a 6, 49 up front, and Chuck Nagy. Going to run Jeff Ruttman in the finals of the Can-Am Craft Works Caruso Cabinets Stock Super Stock category. Attention in the pit, Super Pro, come on down lane 6 and 7, Super Pro, come on down lane 6 and 7. 7 cars left in the pro category.
This would be quarters.
Getting down to the nitty gritty.
This would be quarters.
Coming back to 4 after this, a quarterfinal round.
Call straight.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pit. Street, come on down to the staging lane. Street competitors, come on out of the staging lanes. We want to see you in 2 and 3.
As the lane choice.
Pete Dagnolo, Jim Parnick, 587, 733. $51 to a 20. Dagnolo has the advantage. And down at the top end, dead 323 total. Jim Parnick on a let go was mathematically ineligible. Jeff Hetrick, Money Mark Talmadge, Money Mark 19 red, Jeff Hetrick 45 in the good, and it's all that matters as he goes 1.5 under the predicted dial-in time over in the Land Pro left lane. Russ Story and Kevin Fuller.
Ready for SuperStock? Can we let Pro get through the...
12 to a 20, 311 thou separate him up front. Kevin Fuller has the advantage, and the lamp is going on for Kevin Fuller. 12 up front, dead 1. How about 13 total to take Russ Story and knock him out in the round of competition? Mathematically ineligible. Russ Story couldn't do anything after he got away from the stripe. Joel Rivera.
NX42.
5:69, the predicted dial-in time in the Insinger right lane. The man on 2 wheels going to make a lap on his own. See what it does in 660 feet. 191 on the let go. Not in a hurry to get anywhere. But down track, it's a different story. How about a 71 on that 69 guess? Rolling forward into the round of 4. Zell Gaiman, Joe Masulo. Gaiman, the door car, hard hitting daddy, the Lamb Pro left lane. 5:40, the predicted dial-in time going up against Joe Masulo. The long and skinny in the Ensinger right lane. 4:53, the gas on the glass for the long and skinny. Masulo, Gaiman. One's going to be faster than the other. Who is going to get down to the top end first? 22 and 18, 2 thou is the difference at this end, down at that end, though. It's going to be Mysterious Joe Masulo. Two above on both sides, and the advantage is the margin of victory. Zell Gaiman 2 behind and ends up running the same as Joe Masulo. Tyler Rudolph and Craig Giordano. 442 to a 481. Rudolph, the Land Pro left lane, going to be trying to chase down Giordano. Dialed in at the 481. To a 45. Giordano has the control and goes one above with a 3. Making Tyler Rudolph mathematically ineligible after he let go of that button. Doug Linden, the last one to take the tree in the quarterfinal rounds. 5:04 to guess on the glass. Easy roll out from the tree as he rolls back to his pit spot after taking the tree. Rolling into the next round of competition. Gary French and Tyler Spilak, the first of the final rounds here tonight in street category. WDRA points. Somebody is going to get a points bonus, and somebody is going to get a cool runner-up check and a fun story to tell. Is it going to be Gary French, the Illegal Regal, 769, the quick time, or is it going to be Tyler Spilak, 773, in the Tin Shop Ford Mustang? 101 to 29. Tyler Spilak is large and in charge. down track, the Ford Mustang ends up putting down a lap. The illegal Regal, Gary French, does the best he can. Ends up going 2 under, not giving up the stripe to Tyler Spilek, who ends up 1 above after being 29 up front to win the first of the WDRA points races here at Empire Dragway. And attention in the pits, Pro, you guys are on standby. Pro, you guys are on standby. We're giving you time to cool and fuel, and we're going to be running you back up here. Pro, you guys are on standby.
Focus on it here.
Attention in the pits, Pro, come on down to the staging lanes, Pro, come on down to the staging lanes, we want to see you in lanes 4 and 5, Pro, come on down to the staging lanes, we want to see you in lane 4 and 5. Attention in the pits, Colton Spilak. Colton Spilak, we need you in the winner's circle. The Curly Chaos Menace himself, Colton Spilak. Get on down to the winner's circle. You are being summoned. Here we go, rolling into the final round on day number 1. Can-Am Stock, SuperStock, Craftworks Russo Cabinet sponsored. First final round for them here at Empire Dragway.
Hey, look at this, Justin.
Jeff Rutman, Chuck Nagy, $9.89 for Nagy. He's out of Niagara, Ontario. Jeff Rutman, he is out of Niagara, Ontario as well. 73 to a 006, Nagy. He's got the quicker ET and the better reaction time as they end up boogieing down track. It's going to be Chuck Nagy. 10 flat with an 8006 up front. The margin of victory, 19 thousandths of a second. The Chevy Cavalier putting on the wind lamp to come back to go into the winner's circle, get the big check, get that photo taken, and start drinking that ice cold beer after a long day of racing.
Absolutely.
Down to 4 competitors in pro competition. One's got 2 wheels, 3 of them got 4. Who is it going to be coming back for the class of 2? Attention in the pit, Super Pro. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lane. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Shaquan Bradwell going up against Jeff Hetrick. 7:18 to Gus on the glass. 5:69. The predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. 50 to a 52, 2,000. The difference on the tree as they end up boogieing down track. It's going to be the man on two wheels. 568 on a 69 dial. The double breakout going to Peter Edwards. Kevin Fuller. Pete Dagnolo. Is a Camaro kid going to take out the NHRA world champion? Or is it going to be Dagnolo rolling into another final round here at Empire Dragway? 587 to a 673. Kevin Fuller, he's going to be getting away first. Dagnolo is going to try to do everything he can to get there before Kevin Fuller does. 20 to a trip, zip 8 the long way. Dagnolo gives it over to Kevin Fuller, who is rolling down track and on the way to the final round. Joel Rivera and Jeff Hetrick, please bring yourselves back up to the tower. Joel Rivera and Jeff Hetrick, please come up to the staging lanes. Bring your rides with you. Hetrick and Rivera, please bring your rides up to the staging lanes. We'll give you time to cool and fuel, but Hetrick and Rivera, please come on to the staging lanes. Super Pro action rolling out of water box. Craig Giordano, Doug Linden, 5044, the door card. Craig Giordano, the 481 quick time. Giordano, the long one's going to try and chase down Linden. White Doug Linden, going to try and get away and stay away as fast as he can. 660 feet later, we're going to find out who's coming back and who has got a cool story to tell from the cooler. $11 to a 22, 10,000 difference, and down at the top end, it's going to be all white Doug. 11 up front, 2 above with a 5. 005, the margin of victory, and Doug Linden is going to be coming back for the final round against mysterious Joe Masulo. Joe Masulo, the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane, 450 through the gas on the glass as he rolls up for the data pass. Take the tree or full pass, it doesn't matter. Break out a red light, you're still coming back. What's he going to do? How about a 004 for the let go? 660 feet later, Joe Masulo says, I know what I need. The 330 times all he wanted, as he knows what he has to do to come back in the final round of competition against White Doug Linden. Little rerun action from the round before. Pete Dagnolo, the Land Pro left lane. Kevin Fuller, the Insinger right lane. Same stakes as before. Winner moves on to the final. Loser goes to the cooler. Pete Dagnolo, NHRA World Champion. Kevin Fuller, the upset underdog at the track. Is it going to be the LS machine, or is it going to be the experience behind the wheel? 673 to a 587. Fourteenth out too soon was Kevin Fuller on that attempt, as Pete Dagnolo's 27 on the let go and goes one above with a 2. Attention in the pits, Pro and Super Pro final. Go ahead and make your way on down to the staging lanes. Pro and Super Pro final. Come on down to the staging lanes. We're going to pair you up and run you down Pro and Super Pro finals. The only 2 passes we have left on our first day of racing. 2025 WDRA points in the books. Day number 1, 2 classes yet to get sorted out. Outside of that, we have shaken them down all the way through 7 classes all day long. The 11 o'clock start puts us at 9 o'clock now. A long day.
Tell him put his headset on.
Go on, fuck it.
Who?
Just announce Joe, actually. Steve Mills, headset on.
And Steve Mills. Steve Mills, please put your headset on. Steve Mills, please put your headset on. Oh, Stevie boy, put on your headset.
Steve Mills.
Steve Mills. If your name's Steve Mills, put your hands up.
They're calling you.
Now put your hands down, grab your headset.
Have the-
Super Pro, Pro, Super Pro, Pro, final round. Come on down to the staging lane. Super Pro, Pro, Super Pro, Pro. Come on down to the staging lanes. 2 final rounds still to go here at Empire Dragway as we get done with night number 1 of 2 nights this weekend, WDRA point style.
Have the stream done.
Like a TV song.
Joe Rivera. Joe Rivera, Pete Dagnolo, 587. The guys on the glass for the Malibu and the Land Pro left lane. The man on two wheels going to be trying to chase down Pete Dagnolo, the NHRA SuperStock World Champion. 568. The guys on the glass. Both drivers found the pre-stage. The stage bulbs get lit. 46 to a 41. 5 thou separates them, and Rivera has the advantage. As they get down track, Joe Rivera, 5 ahead on the let-go, goes dead 9 to be 009 better at the top end. The man on two wheels going to put it down in victory lane and enjoy himself tonight. One more final round on the property. That's right, Super Pro final round. Getting ready to go. They are in the staging lanes. They're buckled in, and they are ready to sort it out. Super Pro final round rolling into the water box right now.
Wrong side. On the wrong side. Stop doing that. I didn't. We're about to get. Yup. Two pieces of glass.
Joe Masulo and Doug Linden. White Doug in the Chevy Bel Air. 505, the guys on the glass. Going to be trying to run away from mysterious Joe Masulo. 4:53, the predicted dial-in time for the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. The final round here tonight. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Joe Masulo? Is it going to be Doug Linden? Is it going to be the door car, or is it going to be the dragster? To a 13, we got a drag race. 8 thou the difference, but down at the top, and it's going to be mysterious Joe Masulo. 12 thou the advantage at the stripe. He goes 13 up front, 1 above with us 3. Mysterious Joe Masulo. Welcome to Victory Lane here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, that does it. Please keep yourself in one piece. Enjoy yourselves for the night. And remember that we are going racing again tomorrow morning.
That's a wrap for tonight. Thank you for watching our stream, and please come again next time.